afternoon, everyone. Kalla here. Welcome to my live stream. Glad you could make it today. So, today we will be continuing with Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations, the case of the stolen turnabout, in which we proved our client innocent of theft, but unfortunately that puts him in the right place to be accused of murder, which I also think he's being framed for the guy who actually did the theft as well, but we'll see how that goes. Hello, Drag. Right, so this is, what happened when he arrived at the office, I believe. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. What's that? When I came to, Mr. Bullard was lying there, dead. I see. Suddenly hit on the forehead, I believe the detective from yesterday provided similar testimony. Yeah, probably because he's the one who did the hitting. Judge? He said that Mask to Mask struck him on the head from behind. Of course, since Atme turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie. No one's gonna believe a pathetic lie like that. What are you saying? I really was attacked. We'll find out if what you say is true or not during the cross-examination. Got that, Mr. Trite? Don't go easy because he's your client. Oop. I was about to say first copy of this stream, but I'm not sure there's copy in that much. Second. If I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend. I don't want coffee thrown in my face. Thank you, Godo. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godo. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it. He was sliding the mugs across the desk. Clearly he has an assistant, like our Maya, but whose only job is to brew coffee. Hello, Nick. How you doing? At the CEO's office. Right, now I wanted to press this one. If you hadn't been wearing what? That. Could you please clarify what you are referring to? Why, my Mask to Mask costume, of course. Wait. Did the detective lure him to the CEO's office, knock him out, steal his Mask to Mask costume? No, wait, he can't have stolen his Mask to Mask costume because he's still got most of it. But at least steal some of his Mask to Mask costume to do the theft. Oh, wait just a moment. Mask to Mask? Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? just to be on the safe side, I dressed as Master Mask. And then I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security. What? Did you know about this? He never told me this. I don't recall him ever mentioning it to me either. Even I didn't know that. It seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets. I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait. That's not right. You know how sometimes things just slip your mind. Hello, Carl. How you doing? My sixth cup of coffee is staring up at me coldly. Ah, your sixth cup. At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony. I'd have been killed if I hadn't been wearing my Master Mask costume. Right. I need to remember what evidence we have. It's been a couple of weeks. Okay, we have the treasure exhibit poster, the golden statue, Damascus calling card, the camera data, the Chichito, which we know we know the information we have on this is blatantly untrue. Security camera photo, the blackmail letter, Ron's wallet, the CEO's office keycard, publicity photo, Damascus brooch, Kane's autopsy reports, cerebral hemorrhaging from blunt trauma to the head, newspaper clipping about the first heist, the buzzer in the CEO office, Kane's list, which was a list of things that Damask had stolen, I think? Buzzer record. The buzzer did go off at 1:02 AM when our dear friend Larry Butts was not in fact in the security office. Ron's testimony that he was stealing is directed by the blackmail letters which must have come from the CEO, given the CEO seems to have been selling the results. Or maybe not was it selling them, or was that like the cost of insuring them? I don't know. The secret urn that got covered in pink paint. The paint marks and the box, also the paint. Right. I'm gonna press this. Why were you dressed up as Master Mask? Why, because I'm Master Mask, of course. What are you talking about? Master Mask's trial is being held next door. Yes, I guess so. Anyway, at that time, I thought I was being blackmailed over the Master Mask issue. So I thought I should go as him, just to be safe. Oh boy. Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I'd expected. Took a lot longer? What is he talking about? What do you mean by took a lot longer? Oh, opening the safe, of course! My cape got caught on the safe door, you see. This all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullard's body. Which, you know, is definitely a crime that he definitely did do. Was that? Back up a second. Yes? You were the one that hid the body in the safe? Well, yeah. Inconceivable! Why? Just why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking? Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine? When they're doing the laundry? What? The answer is simple. When they take them off. No? As usual, I have no idea what you're saying. Do you mean that Mr. Delight hid the body because he's the murderer? Yes, like, Godo, how empty is your washing machine when you run it? I mean, really. So you're not as stupid as you look. His metaphor this time was really obscure. Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you? Yes, sir. Well, yes. Why am I the only one not in the loop here? Witness, make sure you add this to the testimony. Yes, sir. Looks like a storm front is moving in over the fair weather judge. I panicked and hid the body in the safe. It took about 10 minutes. Why did you hide the body in the safe anyway? Well, because it wouldn't fit in a drawer. Ron? That's not exactly what I meant. When I saw that corpse, I kind of lost it. I thought, if they find his corpse, they'll think I did it. Well, yeah. I think you had a simpler reason than that. It's because you killed him. That's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body. That certainly makes more sense. Hold on. 10 minutes? Oh, what is it, Nick? I just had a thought. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? And spend 10 whole minutes to do it? Under those circumstances? What circumstances? Oh! Hey, Nick! If you think his behaviour was so strange, why don't you present some evidence that would show just what those circumstances were? That's it! I'll take a look at the court record and present some evidence. Okay. Why would it be weird for Rhonda Light to spend 10 minutes hiding a body that he didn't produce? The security buzzer, right? Someone did press the security buzzer, so you'd expect security to be coming, right? Yeah, I kind of feel like it's that. We heard this from Mr. Delight yesterday, didn't we? There's not much in this testimony either. I bet you he's still hiding something. I wouldn't be surprised. We'll just have to draw it out of him. I just hope he doesn't make things any more complicated. Yeah. I think it's this, but I could be wrong. Yes, good. Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record? And what might this be? The record for the emergency buzzer that connects the CEO's office to security. If the button in the office is pressed, a security team is supposed to come running. And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once, at 1:02 AM. What? If Mr. Rhonda Light truly was the murderer, he would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, a security guard would have been heading his way.
Objection!
Let's remember who we're dealing with here. He probably had no idea there were security personnel in the building. He used to work security in that building, Godo. Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as a chief of security. There's no way he wouldn't have known about them.
Objection!
But as it turns out, the guard never came. That's because the guard in question was a Mr. Larry Butts. Unfortunately. Or possibly fortunately, I'm not sure. That was nothing more than a coincidence. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser, who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend, and wasn't anywhere in the vicinity, was not something Mr. Delight could have known. Larry catching strays.
Objection!
Again, remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer going off.
Objection!
This buzzer is extremely loud. There's no way he could have ignored something like that. I'm actually surprised that the buzzer actually makes a noise in the CEO's office, though. Well, I guess it's a great big red button on the wall rather than a secret button underneath the desk or something. If he had been conscious, that is. Conscious? What do you mean by that? I mean that the real murderer knocked him out, and then pressed the buzzer to try and frame him for it. Yeah, I guess you would want to know if it's actually calling the guards. That's true. You could do that by like having the button, like having a flashing light or something, and not something that's going to try and destroy your eardrums. Although, then again, having something that's audibly loud could make the problem run away, or summon people from closer than the guard room, I guess. So this is coffee number 7. Fine. Let's hear your theory. Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes. Unconscious? So he fainted? I don't think fainted is the right word, Mr. Judge, but sure. That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had sounded. So yeah, obviously it's also just like one buzz. I don't know, I think if I had one of those buzzer things to alert the guards, I would want it to be going off for a while, right? So that no one can miss it quick because they like went to the loo or something. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body. So, you trying to say... Mr. Delight was knocked out, and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, it can only mean that there was another person in that room. That's right. Whoever it was, they knocked out Rhonda Light and then pressed the buzzer. Order in the court! Mr. Wright, this is...
Objection!
This is preposterous. It was this kid. Rhonda Light is the one who killed Kane Bullard.
Objection!
Then who pressed the buzzer? It was... the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button. Yep. Okay. It doesn't say anything about him dying instantly. Just checking. Yep. So, Kane Bullard sounded the buzzer himself. What is your opinion on this, Mr. Wright? I need to prove that the real criminal was there at the scene. How? Can I prove it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer? Can I? I mean, I don't think autopsy reports can't be that accurate, especially when they didn't find them for several days. Drag. So that's why it'll say 1. Because they're probably... I'm actually surprised it's that accurate. Yes, why was there no fingerprints is what I'm kind of looking for a thing for, but... We don't know if... We don't know if Bullard wore gloves or anything. We know that Mask to Mask wears gloves. But we don't have a crime scene photo or anything, do we? Prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I have enough information. Oh, the guide I'm looking at says we can just present the buzzer and say that he would have left fingerprints, but how do we know the CEO doesn't wear gloves? How am I supposed to know that, game? I don't have that information. Sure. The defense's opinion is this, Your Honor. This piece of evidence proves it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. The fact that the buzzer has no fingerprints on it. What do the profiles say? Good point. We do have... Probably doesn't say anything as useful as that. No, it just says his body was found inside the safe. I believe this is the piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for. The emergency buzzer? Is there some kind of clue on it? Absolutely not. Yep, copy number 8. Hey, come on now. At least give some thought as to what you say before opening your mouth. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue. Now I'm the one who's clueless. This button has no fingerprints on it. If Mr. Bullard had really pressed it himself, naturally he would have left his fingerprints behind. Once again, we have no way of knowing this for sure.
Objection.
Rhonda Light obviously wiped them off.
Objection.
Why would he? A guard could have come in at any moment. He touched that button. I know he did.
Objection.
The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Mask to Mask. Well, yeah, that is another point well made, Drag. You can press buttons without using your fingers. Unless they're the kind of button that's in, like, it's got, like, that metal surround to it so that you can't accidentally knock it with anything that's larger than a finger. Which, I suppose this might be the sort of button that does that. And Mask to Mask always wears gloves. What reason could he possibly have had to wipe the button free of fingerprints? Order! 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 It would seem I've been forced to eat crow. I wonder what blend number crow-flavoured coffee is. Crow-flavoured coffee. That sounds disgusting, Maya. However, if the real killer was there at the scene, why would that person press the emergency buzzer? Judge, think about it. He'd press it to make the guards come and find our client there, with a dead body. Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? Not when you're trying to frame someone. Apparently, Mr. Wright has not considered this. What's with this awkward silence all of a sudden? You found crow tree coffee. I'm assuming that's just the brand and doesn't have any crow in it. Or probably any... I was going to say or probably any tree in it. But does coffee grow on trees? I have no idea. I don't know if it's a tree thing or a bush thing or... Not a clue. It looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks. They're onto you, Nick. Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts. The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard at around 1 AM. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking... Sorry. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered Mr. Delight and then sounded the buzzer. Even though security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed. Security was supposed to respond. Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say. Very well then. Oh, you've got some guts. I like that in an opponent. Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer? To call the security guard. The killer knew that if they pressed that button, a guard would come running. And that was exactly what they wanted. Do you mean to say the killer called the guard on purpose? Yes. Although, as it turned out, he never showed up. Because he was getting his clock cleaned at the time. Was that fun? What a touching story. You're saying that the killer had a change of heart and called the guard to turn himself in. No, that is in fact not what I'm saying at all, Gerdo. No, I'm not. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, Kane Bullard, who was already dead. The defendant, Rhonda Light, who was out cold. And the 3rd person, the real killer. Hypothetically, yes. Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Rhonda Light. And if any security guards came running in at that time, they would think that I was the murderer. Yes, that was precisely the real killer's objective. To frame Rhonda Light for the murder. Did you literally just take a swig of coffee just so that you could spit it all out over the desk, Gerdo? 'Cause gross. Order, order, order. It would seem I've been made to eat my words once again. Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee. Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait. Wait a second. I'm the one and only Mask to Mask, so... Nick, you mean the real killer is... We're gonna drag that person in here right now. That person who's having his own trial in the next room over. We're going to have to disrupt the other trial to get this witness, aren't we? But who is it? I don't have any solid proof yet, but think about it. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity, and they also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. So the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard. Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who was it that framed Mr. Rhonda Light for the murder of Kane Bullard? Well, Mr. Judge, that would be Luke Atney. Detective Luke Atney. He's the only one who could have done it. Ace Detective Luke Atney? You mean Mask to Mask did it? No, Mask Damask is here. Your Honor, the person being tried in the court next to us is not Mask Damask at all. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Cain Bullard. Order, order! Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Theft and murder. Which is the more serious crime? Not even close. Murder is the more serious crime, of course. It's a capital crime, subject to a capital punishment. Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. When Luke Atney confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom. Of course, a famous detective was unmasked as, well, masked a mask. Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along. To be found guilty? Mask Damask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Mask Damask was Luke Atney's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi. A guilty verdict as an alibi? I mean, not that he's actually been convicted of it yet. His trial's still ongoing next door, right? You know, it's almost time. For what? For Luke Atney's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial, after all. If we're gonna stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course, that's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder. Somewhat lacking in that one. Mr. Luke Atney's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. Alright, see you later, Nick. If we were to intrude and fail to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal. Are you really sure about this? Ha! A bet's only good when your life's the ante. Mr. Wright, I believe in you. Well, that's one of us. Mr. Delight. So, please, I'm begging you. Thanks, but my decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life like this? Phoenix? What was that? Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path of trust. Voice! It sounds like... Mia. Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess. So that's your answer, huh? Very well. I've decided as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. Luke Atney to the stand. Yes, Your Honor. October 14th, 11:58 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 5. Well, Sir Detective Atme. I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly. Oh, no, Sir Detective Atme, you were the one who... Judge! The second judge. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant, Luke Atme, Wait! Don't hand down your verdict yet, please! Well, Sir Lawyer. Welcome to my courtroom. Who's this hoser, eh? My name is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. And I wish to file an accusation against this man, Luke Atme. Accusation? You accuse Mask de Mask. That man is not Mask de Mask. He is just a ruthless murderer. What? October 14th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 4. My sis? I could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. So then, she's still alive, inside your heart. Nicky boy! Oh, Mr. Light. Is it true that detective is the real killer? To be honest, we don't have any definitive proof. But he's the only one who could have done it. But wasn't he at Lordly Taylor that night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, why would Detective Atme want to kill Kane Bullard? I mean, yes, that is a very good question. Oops, it's almost time. Better get back to the courtroom. I need to find some solid proof. It's gotta happen sooner rather than later. October 14th, 12:21 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 6. Now, this court is back in session. Mr. Luke Atme, please take the stand. Well, how do you do, Sir Lawyer? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. I couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Not when it would have given you your perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Mask the Mask. I'm sorry, I'm afraid even the great Luke Atme has no idea what you mean. Of course, I have been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. Ever since 10 o'clock. It's been literally like 2 hours, dude. I'm afraid there's no way I could know what's been going on in here. You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as Mask to Mask. Indeed. It's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor fools ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example. Wait, hold on. Hold on. The what on your finger, sir? The what? Was this blackmail letter intended for Luke Atme? Is this blackmail letter Luke Atme's motive? Did he read it and then send it to the other guy as part of his attempt to produce himself an alibi? So you continue to insist that you are in fact Mask to Mask? Of course! Very well then, Luke Atme. Let us begin with this simple question. Yeah, does Ron know about the red diamond ring? Good question. I don't... Who knows? Yeah, because you see, the blackmail letter doesn't say that red diamond that you stole, it says that red diamond that you received. On October the 12th at 1 AM, Kane Bullard was murdered. Where were you at that time? One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry, I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge. Thanks? All right, Mr. Atme. The night of the murder. Speak. We're all ears. As you wish, Sir Prosecutor. The alibi. I was stealing the urn as Mask to Mask, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. The photograph contains no words, but in this case one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured Mask to Mask was the same time as the murder. It seems the main point of discussion will be this photo of the crime scene. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. I need to look at that picture. Okay. I just had a thought regarding regarding the paint and stuff. So yeah, the paint splatter was in fact already there. Well, obviously it has to have been, because the paint splatter was caused when that box was dropped, which has to have been pre the theft because the urn was put back together again. That actually doesn't help me, because I was just like, could this be a different day? Could it have been a different day? Were we told? Yeah. It was repaired 2 weeks ago. Where's this? The golden statue. The golden statue. That's it. That's it. The golden statue isn't there. I think you would have been able to at least see the corner of it probably in that picture. And that arrived the day before the thing was stolen. So this is from a different day. That's what I'm going for. He staged this photo a different day. He staged this photo a different day. That makes sense. Yes. And the reason that his call to say that the thing had been stolen was half an hour later than it actually had been stolen, which he said he got knocked out to account for that, but it was 30 minutes later because it took him 30 minutes to get from KB security to the place so that he could then so that he could then make the call, right? I think that's it. Yeah, that's what I'm going with. No blue and not all ears. Yes, yes. I don't want to walk into a room full of ears. Just ears. I feel like we need to also be mouths for this. At least. Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. There has to be a secret to this picture as well. Even the great masked mask cannot be in 2 places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I have a verdict to receive.
Hold it!
Unfortunately, Mr. Atney, we still have to do your cross-examination. A fool is too foolish, he is a fool. That sounds a lot like what Francesco Moncama used to say. As much as this murderer breaks the law, they don't speed. Yeah. I can't remember, was it half an hour if you were speeding, or was it half an hour generally? I can't remember who the half an hour figure came from, whether it came from Desiree or someone who doesn't speed. I think he's trying to say that you're full of it, Nick. 20 minutes if you were speeding. Thank you, Drag. The only thing that's full of it is his alibi. The alibi cross-examination. I was stealing the urn as masked a mask just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. Yeah, you did, didn't you? photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured mask to mask was the same time as the murder. Yes, but... So by photograph, you mean this piece of evidence here, is that correct? Indeed it is! That is it! The very thing that proves I committed the crime. The very thing that proves you committed the crime. When you think about it, it's really odd. You say that almost as if you had this picture taken on purpose.
Objection!
He was simply caught by the very camera that he had set up. Which, you know, does count as being photographed on purpose. Go down. We all have days like that. Indeed, it turned out there was no such thing as the perfect crime after all. Life is truly an ironic thing. A sad blue melody. It looks like I'd better gather more information for now. If he's truly the killer, there's got to be something phony in that photo. Which there is, but I'm not sure if we have the right things presented against yet. About the camera that took this photograph. Oh, come now! It's all too clear what you're thinking. Huh? You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you? Not anymore, actually. No, actually, I never thought you altered the timestamp on the photograph. To be fair, I thought you altered the time on the camera. But now I don't think you did. I think you altered the date on the camera. Do you even need to? Did this have information on the date it was on? I'm afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lordly Taylor. Then on top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed that picture's data. Unfortunately for the defendant, there's no way that picture could have been altered. I see. Looks like I'd better find something else that could be suspicious. So, this alibi is false? It has to be, or he couldn't have killed Mr. Bullard at KB Security. But I'm not really spotting anything unusual. Yeah, you'd have hoped that the computer running the camera would at least have that information. Though. But maybe it didn't, and that's why he was like, aha! I can do this in advance. There are two possibilities. Either the mask-to-mask in the photo is a fake, or the photo itself is. Well, I mean, technically the mask-to-mask in the photo is a fake because it's Luke Atney and not the real mask-to-mask, but... So this photograph is the proof, correct? Indeed it is! And the man in the photo is certainly wearing a mask. That's why I am called Mask to Mask. But conveniently, that also means there is no way to tell who this really is. What do you mean?
Objection!
Are you saying that this is not, in fact, Luke Atney? No, I do think it's Luke at me, just on a different day. That it could be an accomplice dressed up as Mask to Mask to create an alibi. Oh, what an interesting idea! Are you saying that I, Lone Wolf Luke, had an accomplice? Him having an accomplice feels weird. Unless that accomplice is going to be the guy from KB Security, which it's not going to be. I don't think that he's got an accomplice? No. If Luke at me was at KB Security during the murder, then the Mask to Mask in this picture has to be a fake. And there really was an accomplice! Right now I have no idea who it was. I don't have any idea right now either. Baseless objections are just what that guy wants. There's got to be another way. I'm going to find it. Wouldn't it hurt our client if we named an accomplice? Theoretically, if we said that the Mask to Mask in that photo was an accomplice, it would free up at me to be doing these things, I don't know.
Hold it!
I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point? That's right. That was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you sent the card after you began your security watch, right? Indeed. There was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. I see. You truly are evil, aren't you? Yes, evil is what I am. Hey Nick, isn't there something odd about this? Detective Atney was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. You know, that's true. It is kind of odd. It is kind of odd, isn't it? That I did it. Couldn't be tampered with. Sorry. That means I could not have killed Cain Bullard unless I had an accomplice. Come on. Think long and hard about that night. The basement warehouse and this picture that supposedly captures it. It's got to be here. Isn't there something funny about this picture? Yes, there is. Are you implying that this picture is a fake? You bet I am. There's something definitely strange about this picture. took a look around the basement warehouse that night before the theft took place. And there's something in this photo that doesn't match my memory of that night. Very well, let's hear what you have to say. What about this photograph do you find funny? The splodge, the fact that I can see it.
Take that!
The funny part is right here. Why, this is a blood stain. No, it's too light to be a blood stain, Judge. Ah, blood! Now this case is getting interesting. Not exactly. The stain is actually pink paint. Oh, just paint. And peach-coloured at that. No, it's neon pink, which is why it's kind of glowing in this photo. From blood to peaches. The judge sure loves going on his wild tangents. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is, when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse, it turns out that something that should be there is nowhere to be seen. Well, Mr. Wright, what is supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint stains? That would be the statue. Which proves that this picture was taken on a different day. The supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. I realized the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. I myself was there the night the night the theft took place and saw the statue in that spot. If this picture was truly taken on that night, then that statue should have been there.
Objection!
But when I went there the day after the theft, that statue of the old bag was sitting in the corner. It would still have been vaguely in the shot. Perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally. Your Honor, this statue is slightly larger than yourself and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move it that distance. In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why the statue was moved that night? That would be because Luke Atney needed the scene to resemble the photo that he'd already taken. Can you do it, Nick? Never mind who moved it. The real question is, why did they move it? Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you're prepared with your answer. Now then, who was the one that moved the golden statue on the night of the crime? That would be Luke Atney, sir. The one who moved the statue was none other than Luke Atney. Come now, Sir Lawyer. There you go again on one of your strange delusions. Mr. Wright, what basis do you have for your strange delusions? It's very simple. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. That is indeed very simple. However, why would I want to move a heavy golden statue? The reason for moving the golden statue. Here's where our battle really begins. Well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move that statue? The reason can be found here in this photograph. Look at me. You pretended to be Mask to Mask to create an alibi by showing you were at Lordly Taylor that night. But this photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would have been exposed like cheap film at the drugstore. That is why you had to move the statue. A single fatal flaw? Interesting theory. Please enlighten us. Just where in this picture does the lie exist? Where in this picture does the lie exist? Is it on top of that splodge again? Or is it the timestamp that doesn't have a date stamp? I mean, probably the timestamp. Because the reason that this photo exists is because of the timestamp. Because the timestamp is needed to, well, lie. So, I'm hoping it's this.
Take that!
Naturally, the lie in this photo is the timestamp. What do you mean? I'll tell you exactly what I mean. On the night in question, Luke Atney went to KB Security and murdered Kane Bullard. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordly Taylor at this time. What does that have to do with the statue being moved? Remember, if you will, Your Honor, when was this statue placed beside the warehouse door? Well, the statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime, and it was placed there in order to cover up the paint. Exactly. Luke Atney had already decided on the time when he was going to kill the victim. And so, in order to create an alibi for that time, hey, we can prove that this was premeditated because he took a photo at least one day before. He took this picture days before the murder took place. What the? Of course, the statue hadn't yet been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. Ah! So on the day of the crime, Mr. Atney must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to speak. Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be. And that is why Luke Atney had to move the statue on the night of the murder. He did it to make the room match with the way it had been in his photo. Order! Order! Mr. Atney, is this true? One moment, Your Honor, have you forgotten this? What's that? The data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime.
Objection!
It's true that the camera had been set up by the Lordly Taylor staff. However, the program used to manage that data was yours. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data. Order! Order! Mr. Godo, what is the meaning of this? Godo, I warned you about making me wait. Now put that coffee down. my 11th cup. I've promised to drink no more than 17 during a trial. Which means I'm still good to the last drop. However, the defense has a very good point. A good point. The what? We are all but travelers on a road of infinite points. I think he's got his points mixed up with his other points. So you say this photograph was taken ahead of time, and that the statue was moved in order to make it match. That's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied. Which is? That it's only possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe can never reach their dreams. That's very true. No, wait, don't fall for that, Your Honor. Hey, Mr. Damask. Yes? If there's no funny business in your actions as Masked Damask, there should be no problem with you telling us your strategy. So let's hear it. Yes, please provide this court with your testimony about your plan to steal the sacred urn. Yes, please tell us the plan. I first received the request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box and zvari! It was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. Wait, he's saying he didn't get to see the urn until then? It was on the flyers. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 AM on October 12th. I mean, you were holding the box, not the urn, but sure. That's pretty much all stuff we've heard before, isn't it? Yeah, but we will find the truth hidden in the nuggets of new information he gave. Witness, you're sure there are no mistakes this time? Zvari. Very well then. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Cross-examination, the secret urn heist. The urn was placed in a box and was sent to the warehouse. I want to know. So you're sure that you'd never seen the urn before? Indeed. You may ask Lady Andrews to confirm for yourself. My security was focused entirely on the entrance to that warehouse. However, I, Luke Atme, let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers. I need to check all the stuff I've got. Right, the treasure exhibit poster. Golden statue, the calling card. Security at Lordly Taylor. You'll be coming to Boulogne, the most priceless work of art on display in your Treasures of Coraine exhibit. Take good care of the speckled urn. Take good care. Would you describe this urn as speckled? I don't think I would describe this urn as speckled. However, I might describe this urn as being speckled. Which does in fact mean that he's seen it. It means that he's seen it. It means that he's seen it! Dude, I am pretty sure you saw that.
Objection!
Mr. Atme, if you really are Masked a Mask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course. Is there a problem with that calling card? Allow me to read a passage from the calling card that Masked a Mask had written. Take good care of the speckled urn. Now the speckled here surely refers to this pink pattern on the sacred urn. Yeah, because I think how it was before, I would have referred to it as the, I don't know, the fractured urn or something like that. Yes, that's true, but so what? Truth be told, there is no way that Masked a Mask could have known about this pattern. Oh, what do you mean? This pink spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains. Paint stains? And these stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor. Oh, is that cup of coffee 13 better? I'm not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Trite. The day the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to human error, or should I say an error-prone human. And that's when the pink paint got onto the urn. You can't be serious! And yet this calling card... Whoops, I missed that one. And yet this calling card... clearly mentions the pattern, is I think what it said. Which means Detective Atme had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. And because this photo is a fake... Wait, he took the photo of him stealing it before he even sent the calling card? Your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water. Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself? I mean, did he return it after stealing it for the photo, though? Could he have just taken it then? Did anyone check it was still there? Aside from him. Alright, that did it. He's broken. Nick? I think it's still a little early for a victory pose. Huh? Coffee number 14? Which means we must be getting close to the end, Gerdo. Unless you intend to do the end of this case in caffeine withdrawal, I guess. How fast does his body metabolize caffeine? Or is he just super caffeinated? It's so sad. No one has any conviction these days. Conviction, you say? Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was masked a mask. And now we're calling him a murderer. Something has to power that heater on his face. Ah, he's powered by coffee. You don't think we're being a tad fickle? That's a good point. No, we don't fall for that too, Your Honor. You say that Luke Atme was the one who killed Cain Ballard? Then let me ask you this. Why would he do that? Excellent point. Blackmail letter. Blackmail letter. Motive, Mr. Wright, motive. Might you my merry murderous motive manifest? He's getting a second wind. If he prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Rhonda Light as you say, he must have had a very strong motive for murder. The only one with any motive we've seen is Rhonda Light. Isn't that right, Detective? Indeed. According to my own research, the boy's motive is clear. Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motives were. I'd be honored to, Sir Old-Timer. They're doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance. Motive for murder. Before we get into this, I need some more water. I will be right back. And I'm back. Alright, let's get into his motive. I, look at me, had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. Doubt. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Master Mask and simply mistook who he was. Also doubt. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Rhonda Light. First part yes, second part no. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harboured a grudge against Mr. Delight for his betrayal. Possibly. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes that he is Master Mask. That is why Mr. Delight saw it fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. So the victim, Kane Bullard, blackmailed the defendant? Yes, a lot. This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. The handwriting test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter. What? Well, I'm not surprised that it was written by him. Very well, Mr. Wright. Begin your cross-examination. Can I just jump on him immediately? Can I just go, that blackmail letter was for you and you proved it by what you've got on your finger? I want to try that. Or am I too soon? I'm not too soon! Woohoo! Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective Atme? Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's alright. When you said that this letter was addressed to Rhonda Light, I couldn't but notice one major contradiction. Contradiction? I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that. You want to talk? At times like these, men are meant to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you got there, Junior? Indeed, time to man up, Mr. Wright. This is a courtroom, not a boxing ring. Let me at him, though. Show us the contradicting evidence in the content of the blackmail letter. Show us the contradicting evidence. Yeah, it's that. Am I allowed to just select this first?
Take that!
Heh. A little 1-2 punch like that wouldn't even faze me.
Objection!
I think you mean 1-2 punch. Mr. Wright. Try thinking things through a little before finding fault with others. Boo! Okay, I've got to pick something else. Sure felt that punch, Your Honor. Anyway, let's try reading the blackmail letter one more time. There's got to be something off about it somewhere. Very well then, witness, please continue with your testimony. Okay. What am I... So I need a different piece of evidence to prove the contradiction. Wait, I'm sure it's about this. It's about pointing out the red diamond. The newspaper clipping, or does Caden's list count? We're relatively certain that this is the list of things that Master Mask has stolen. The only thing in here that could be a diamond is the Tear of Emanon. Tear of Emanon, I'm pretty sure was blue? Yeah. Tear of Emanon is blue. So, is that it? I guess.
Objection! Take that!
Take a good look at this newspaper clipping. It contains a picture of the Tear of Emanon, the stolen jewel. What about it? The problem is this jewel's colour. Colour. I'm not much for discussing colour myself. Can you even see anything other than red, Godo, given that visor? Is your whole world shades of red? According to the clipping, the colour of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day. Red? Which means the red diamond described in the blackmail letter is not the Tear of Emanon that Master Mask stole at all.
Objection.
And your point is, Mr. Trite? So you're trying to say that this blackmail letter was intended for someone else? That is what you're trying to say, right, Trite? That is what you're trying to say, right, Mr. Wright? Well, that is what you're trying to say, right, Nick? Yes. This is who Cain Ballard was actually blackmailing. Luke Catchme, the person who literally talked to us about the red diamond on his wrist. Not on his wrist, on his finger. Naturally, it was you, Detective Atme. Do you have some sort of basis for that claim? You have been personally involved in every single Mask to Mask case. And in the last case, you recovered what was stolen and received a jewel as your reward. A jewel. Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. That red diamond ring. That is the diamond referred to in the letter. Which means that Cain Ballard wrote that letter in order to blackmail you. Yeah! Order! Order in the court! Order, I say! Mug of coffee 15, I think? Am I sure Godo can even see? I mean, good point! It seems You've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Trite. I don't like the way he said that. Kane Bullard blackmailing Luke at me. Are you for real? Yes, I am. Nick, come on, stand up to him. Then answer me this. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. If you don't want your identity revealed to the world. Yes, it certainly does. Kane Bullard threatened to make Luke Atmey's identity public knowledge. An identity he wanted to keep a secret. So just what was that identity? Atmey killed Kane Bullard because he was afraid of his secret becoming known. Wait. We were briefly working under the assumption that Luke Atmey was Mask to Mask, and that's how he recovered the stolen thing. But we know that he didn't steal anything other than the Sacred Urn. Which means that the thing he returned, he didn't steal. Those items were stolen to order from another blackmailer, which we've been assuming was Kane Bullard. But what if the person blackmailing Rhonda Light wasn't Kane Bullard? What if it was Luke Atmey who was getting things stolen for him? And therefore knowing where the thefts were going to happen and when and how. He's not got a detective's bone in his body, has he? What was the identity he wanted to keep secret? This is what it all comes down to, Nick. The identity that Luke Atmey wanted so desperately to keep secret was his identity as a blackmailer. Luke Atmey was a blackmailer.
Objection!
Hey now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Luke Atmey. Yes, but... Are you saying that Atmey was blackmailing someone else on top of that? You have to admit, that does sound a little odd. It's not odd. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atmey. But Rhonda Light was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. So, did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Emanon heist. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. Detailed plans? In which case, that would mean that Rhonda Light was actually Mask to Mask. That is what we are claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. Delight steal his targets for him. And that someone was none other than Luke Atmey. Shh! Silence! Now I see. It's all becoming clear. What is? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless, with a tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong? How did you... You say that I, Luke Atme, was blackmailing Rhonda Light? In which case I would naturally know all about his relation to Mask. Well, yeah. Rhonda Light started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed that first crime. Good point. You certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise. Is this coffee 16, or have I lost count? In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence. During the first crime, how did Luke Atme know that Rhonda Light was Mask? Is it just this? Feels like it should be that, I guess. But... I feel it's gotta be the newspaper clipping. I think I see it. See what? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Gets into lots of mischief trying to be the center of attention. What do you mean? This newspaper clipping has a picture of you and Rhonda Light in his guard uniform. It seems that Mask didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket. That sounds far too stupid to be true. Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. Yeah, but Mr. Wright, I do not believe that guy could detect his way out of a paper bag. And that's when you figured it out, Mr. Atme. That's when you learned that under his mask, Mask was really Rhonda Light. Wasn't he supposed to be Mask? Not only that, it looks like he wasn't even an ace detective. I can't believe it, he was just a slimy blackmailer. What a fraud. Trying to pass himself off as an ace detective. Why, you! How dare you expose me like that? Huh? Admitting to it, are we? Why, I mean, I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I'm a famous and proud ace detective and also Mask. Why can't you understand that? I'm afraid you are neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity. Why you? How dare you imply this one that I could forge such a this? How do you know? He's too fast, so I'm not even trying. It's enough to make one laugh. It would seem we finally arrived at the real answer. That was quite a performance by Mr. Atme. Bailiff, please provide a cell for Mr. Atme.
Objection!
Really, Godo? Oh, coffee number 16. Well, you're not going to exceed 17, because we're done here, dude. The hammer that strikes too fast has no time to aim. What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling. Allow me to say one thing. I will be the one to judge. That's the judge's job. Don't take the judge's job away from him, Godo. It's all he's got. Well, that's when he's fishing. It was fishing, right? You don't get much more in your face than that. It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Trite. What do you... It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke Atme was a filthy blackmailer. And that he wasn't at Lordly Taylor the night of the murder. Come on, Godo. He's basically admitted to it. I don't need to prove that he was... I don't need to prove he was in the CEO's office. That's right. That's why he's the one who killed Mr. Bolt. But... there's still one thing you have yet to prove. What's that? Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Godo is trying to grab very tiny strings like we did in the other case. Well, yeah. Therefore, if you can't prove this pitiful excuse for a man with KB security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered. No way! Order! Order in the court! Well, Mr. Wright? This is it. This is the final round. I've got to prove that Atme was at Mr. Bullard's office on that night. But can you really prove that? That's long enough, Mr. Trite. I want to hear your answer. That night, Luke Atme was at KB Security and the defense... can the defense prove it? I wonder if the defense can prove it. Does the defense have anything that can prove it? The camera data, no. The Shishito... What happened to the Shishito anyway? It got bent by something, but it wasn't by hitting at me over the head. Did he take it with him as a murder weapon? And the security camera photo is not going to be it, and neither is the blackmail letter. Ron's wallet, which does prove that he was at KB Security, but doesn't prove anything about Atme. The CEO office's keycard, found in Ron's wallet, used at the time of the murder. Once again, why did Ron even have that? Damask brooch found in the shadow of Amy Faye's statue. Looks like it was torn off of some clothing. Kane's autopsy report. It's cerebral hemorrhaging from blunt trauma to the head, which can't really be the Shishito because that thing is not blunt. The newspaper clipping, no. The CEO office buzzer. Well, that's not going to help us. Kane's list we haven't used for anything. But I'm guessing was Kane investigating Atme. The buzzer record. The buzzer went off at 1:02 AM. Ron's testimony about the blackmail letters, the sacred urn that was kept out of sight, the paint marks, the urn box. Can I prove that Atme was there? I'm not sure if I have the stuff for that. Yeah, we don't have anything that could prove it. I would like to save. I would like to save. I don't think I have anything that can prove it properly. I can't prove it. Just as I thought. But if we hear more of Detective Atmey's testimony...
Objection!
Unfortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Try It. What do you mean? I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean. What? Have you forgotten? Luke Atmey is here after we interrupted his own trial. And you have failed to prove that he committed the murder. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial and face his guilty verdict as masked a mask. No! Because we just proved that he wasn't it. Over here. Unfortunately, not over there. Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. Love? I am the ace detective as well of Mask to Mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Rhonda Lights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. I'm a better detective than you are, Atmey. Figured out your plan. Order! Order in the court! That's enough deliberation over this witness. I can't believe this at this rate Ron is... Don't give up now, Nick. We still have tomorrow. We can look for more evidence and... By then it'll be too late. Huh? Well, why? Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court of law. Double jeopardy? Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is a fundamental rule of all courts. But he's not being found innocent, he's being found guilty. And it applies to this witness as much as it applies to anyone else. Mr. Atmey will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as mask to mask, which means... What if they did do the crime after they were found innocent? Well... Or do you mean committed a different version of the crime? Because I guess you could still do it, so it's only for one particular instance that you can't be tried a second time, right? Or something. He will be innocent as far as the murder of Cain Bullard is concerned. No way! But Judge... We're not trying. He's not on trial here yet. He hasn't been on trial for that murder yet. So it can't be double jeopardy, right? That's not how this works. I don't think. I don't know. The fact that you were unable to prove Mr. Atmy's guilt of that crime here means that he will never again be tried as Cain Bullard's murderer. Now there's nothing I can possibly do to win. Even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent, the real killer, Luke Atmy, will go free. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. And as long as there is no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare that there will be no further questioning of this witness. Are there any objections? Then I hereby end the cross-examination of Luke Atmy.
Objection!
I think I see it. Your Honor, when you were a child, this is what was on your report card every year. Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result. How did you... Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? Yeah, I thought it was Mia. A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. That voice! No way! Long time no see, Phoenix. Mia! This is the true power of the Karain channeling technique. I know it's really Maya who's standing next to me. Sorry, who's standing before me. But right now, she's my mentor, Mia Fey. Now, let's do this. But there's nothing more we can do, Mia. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine... Not yet. The testimony's not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. Yes, that's true, but... Unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks. Well now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as Master Mask. My verdict will verify that. Just as Ron Delights will verify he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. Yes, but these comments appear to have no importance whatsoever. Very well. Then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. Is that all right with you, prosecutor? Is something the matter, Mr. Godo? Nothing. Oh, Sir Lawyer, it seems like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods will do anything to me, look at... Let's hear it. Huh? It's true that the witness made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination. Mr. Godo, what are you... Very well then, Mr. Luke Atmy. I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks. The defense would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer. So please, give us one last bit of testimony. Phoenix, this is it. This is our absolute last chance. Yes, Chief. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. I had to leave to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Rhonda Light. And thanks to the keycard in the wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make a deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. As the button did not have any fingerprints on it, why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his Master Mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter. The victim likely just mistook the colour of the jewel. Zvari! Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. This testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well. Aside from one thing here. I have one question for this so-called ace detective. How did you know that Rhonda Light was dressed as Master Mask? Because we didn't know that until earlier today. And you weren't here. The witness's earlier remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained, and none of them seem to contradict anything. But of course. But how did you know about the emergency buzzer? And the police investigation documents went directly through me. And I always look over all the documents. It's elementary, Sir Lawyer. Are you gonna make even more trouble for us now, Sir Lawyer? I will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. We cannot postpone Luke Atby's trial any longer. This is your last chance. Hang on a sec, just one chance? It seems the party's about to begin. Well, Phoenix, there isn't any evidence that contradicts with that testimony. So it would seem. What do you mean, so it would seem? Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. If you can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it. Oh, it's fine, we have the contradiction. He has given us the evidence that we require to be able to say, he was there. Thank you very much, Ace Detective. Oh, now this is copy number 17. Yep. Cup number 17. The last cup. Almost makes me want to drag this out longer so I can see what happens when he doesn't have coffee anymore. It seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial. I have to find a fatal contradiction in this testimony, and I need to point it out without presenting evidence. Which means all I can do is find a contradictory remark and press it. The game's being very clear that we're pressing and not presenting, huh? Remember, you only get one chance. Maybe we'll get to see it in another case. Yeah. That's true. I'm sure there will be more opportunities to see this caffeine fiend. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination. Oh yeah, because he also said 17 cups in a case, right? And he's done that in one day. Alright, where's that statement? Where's the statement where you proved you were in the CEO's office, dude? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Mr. Atney, about this last remark.
Objection!
You still don't get it, do you, Trite? This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement. I'm only pressing on one statement. I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it, Mr. Godo. Well, what? Mr. Atney, it seems you have finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. How could you say that? Let's review your testimony, shall we, Mr. Atney? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit. Is that correct? Indeed. That's what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof. More like your deductions prove that you're a fool. I'm sorry, whatever do you mean? For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty. When exactly did we learn the fact that Rhonda Light was dressed as Mask to Mask when he went to the scene of the crime? That was, it was just a few hours ago. Back when my sixth cup was looking at me with a cold stare. Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. That's right. The defendant had yet to tell anyone else about this fact before this morning. Therefore, the only people who should know this are those who have been watching this trial. Do you understand now, Detective Atney? There is no way that you should have known about that. You were in the next courtroom being tried as Mask to Mask. So then enlighten us. Just how did you know about that piece of information?
Objection!
Come on. This detective must have known about it. He probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand. And it's those chances that I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his Mask to Mask outfit. There is one, and only one, way for Detective Atney to have found that out. Only one. One way, you say? Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. For a second, my client witnessed the real killer.
Objection!
But Mr. Delight never saw his attacker. So there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Luke Atney. It's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head. Just what are you implying? Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn that statement around, it stands to reason that the real killer had also seen Rhonda Light. Impossible! Detective Atme, you saw Mask to Mask at the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Ballard and assaulted Rhonda Light. That was the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing. Are we having an earthquake? Take a good look, everyone! Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. That's the same line you gave yesterday. But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. What an awfully complicated incident. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme, who was in turn blackmailing Rhonda Light. Are we sure he isn't retired from the circus in the previous case? Maybe. And upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Atme tried to frame Rhonda Light. He then claimed to be guilty as Mask to Mask in order to escape his true crime. And to that end, he came up with this plan. To use the double jeopardy rule when making his alibi. This is going to be Ron, maybe. At any rate, it would seem we've finally found the truth. Excuse me? I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man. Besmirching him with the title of murderer. Don't ignore me! It was in fact Ron. Oh, I didn't realize you were there. Why wouldn't he be? About the verdict. I know, you never committed any murder. That's right. I'm so glad you understand that, but I, really am Mask to Mask. Huh? So, thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? Oh yeah. Based on double jeopardy, he can't be found guilty for being Mask to Mask. Despite the fact that he is Mask to Mask, he has already been found innocent of that. Yeah, I don't imagine Ron being able to murder someone. I could see accidental manslaughter, but not murder. What was it that you said? Double jeopardy? Now that you mention it, I've been careless. Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. A defendant can never be tried twice for a crime in which he was once found innocent. Then Mask to Mask is really innocent? It would seem so. For now. For now? Well, yes, if he commits another theft, he can be found guilty for that one, just not all the other ones. Now then, this court finds the defendant not guilty. Boy, this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I still am mask to mask after all. October 14th, 3:35 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 4. You did it, Phoenix. Thanks, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. Oh? I'm just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days. You mean about becoming the master of the Korean channeling school? Becoming the master means saying goodbye to our mother. Misty Faye, right? Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Yes, because if Maya takes over as the master, that means basically declaring Misty Faye dead, right? Of course. Well then, see you around. Here. Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say. Congratulations, Mr. Delight. Do we need to get both Maya and Pearl next to us so we have more chances of summoning Mia? Yeah. Oh, you mean more chances of Mia possessing someone? Has she ever actively been summoned? Oh yeah, I guess she has. I guess while Maya was kidnapped. That was intentional, I think. Thank you so much! No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore, though, now that all of this has happened. Come on, just be happy already! Hiya! You've been cleared of murder charges and got off as master to boot. But in exchange, I lost everything. Huh? What do you mean? Stealing security information from KB Security and becoming mask to mask. I did it all for one reason. For her. And she doesn't like criminals. Uh-oh. You mean your wife, Desiree? She hates criminals more than anything. To think of it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she? She always said how she hated sneaky criminals. I knew that, but once I got fired for KB Security and lost all the money I had, she wouldn't have any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure. So that's why you became mask to mask? Yes, but it's all over now. A broken bowl can never be put back together. That's not true, right, Nick? Yeah, the urn has been put together twice at this point. Right. Really? Can we go back to the way things were? You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it. I can? Kind of wish you would check with me first. Mr. Delight, even if a bowl is broken, there is always a way to put it back together. The secret urn? Desi was the one who found this. Desiree, your wife. She's always believed in you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything. Ah, there you are. Mr. Light. You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy. Thank you. I appreciate that, but, I suppose you don't want anything more to do with me, do you? Ronnie, why didn't you talk to me about what was going on? I had no idea you'd quit KB security. I never imagined you were really masked to mask either. Mr. Light, what are you going to do now that you know? You're not going to really leave him, are you? Come on, it's obvious, isn't it? How could I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast. So fast there's no way you could ever get away. But didn't you say you hated criminals? Oh, I only hate people who act all cowardly and sneaky. Like that detective. I see. Why, Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them. Like a man. Ah, I see. Yep. I just love a man who's so chivalrous. Regular sneaky thief? No. Chivalrous thief who announces his intentions ahead of time? Yes. Chivalrous? I knew I was right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement. Desi. Desiree, you really do love Ron, don't you? Nicky boy. Yes? I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us. Oh, well, take care of yourself. You too, Nicky boy. I can feel my face going red. Mr. Nick! Mr. Congratulations! Oh, this is the worst time for Pearl to arrive. Talk about bad timing. We are gonna get slapped again. Mr. Nick, could you? With another man's wife in front of Missing Maya. You've got it wrong. I'll never forgive you. Never, ever. So, just as the case came to a close, so too did my consciousness. Ooh, you hit him hard enough that you knocked him out, Pearl. That's one heck of a slap you've got. Ron said a broken bowl can never be put back together. But I know that's not true. I mean, just look. Here's a perfect example of one that was put back together even better than before. I mean, it's also covered in paint now, but... Episode 2, The Stolen Turnabout, the end. Why is Maya a waitress? Brand new episode has been added. Recipe for turnabout. Now, before we start that, I am going to go refill my water. I will be right back again. then back. Alright, what's gonna go on this time? Ooh, we're starting on the courtroom. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. It wasn't me, I swear it wasn't me. The evidence and testimony we have seen and heard are conclusive. The victim was alone at his table when he drank from that poisoned cup of coffee. No, you're wrong. I know what I saw. I saw. I saw someone else there. A man. He's the real killer. Why won't anyone believe me? Well, I'd say that pretty much wraps this case up, wouldn't you, Mr. Wright? This court finds the defendant guilty. Well, that was a quick one. This court is adjourned. January 6th, 10:03 AM, Wright & Co. Law Offices. The start of the new year always makes me feel like I can take on the whole world. I bet it does, Maya. So, I've decided that our resolution should be Zvari, take on the world. Yeah, how could we lose to pain? Surely this is a nightmare. What do you think? Sure, whatever, Maya. But I think you've maybe had more than enough mistletoe cake. Mistletoe cake? I didn't think mistletoe was edible. You've got to eat a lot of cake during New Year's. It's practically a tradition. Like watching the fireworks on TV or playing a board game. Hey, pal! Hey, Gumshoe! Detective Gumshoe! Happy New Year, Detective! Likewise. Now, listen up, right? Here's to another fruitful year of lawyer police cooperation. Yeah, me too. Alright, you've got some explaining to... Have you got a holiday present for me, Detective? Oh, what? Well, here, have this. It's really nothing much, but... Yay, thanks! Look, pal, we need to have a talk. Take a seat. Hey, what about Pearly? You haven't forgotten her present, have you? No, yes, no. Are you doing this on purpose? Guess I'm busted. How did you like my first practical joke of the year? Very funny, pal. Now let's see how funny you think it is when I show you this. What is it? A magazine? Hey, I want to see! Deadly poisoning brings guilty verdict. Defense attorney Wright trounced? Trounced? Let me see that! The defense attorney gave an almost childishly amateur performance yesterday. Is someone pretending to be us? What the heck is this? It's a report, pal. About you. Listen to this. Mr. Wright must take full responsibility for the ruling in this case. Well, and don't tell me you don't remember anything about it. But I don't remember anything about it. When was that issue from, anyway? December of last year. Which I guess makes it last month. Which makes it old news, you mean? But I wasn't involved in a poisoning case in December. So, what do you think this is all about, Nick? If it wasn't you, pal, then that leaves only one possibility. No way! You don't mean... phony Nick? How on earth did that happen? This must be Gumshoe's idea of a joke. Guess he's starting off the year with one too. Magazine clipping added to the court record. An article from December 5th. Says I was trounced and my client was found guilty? So, what are you gonna do about it, pal? What do you mean, what am I going to do about it? Well, it's your fault the judge found the defendant guilty in this case. My fault? How do you figure that? Because the Phoenix Wright is super famous now. Well, maybe only sort of. Yeah, see what happens when you hotshots start getting too full of yourselves. But I didn't do anything wrong. At least not that I can remember. You better make this right, pal. Now! That means taking the case back to court. Got it? Sounds like we've got our first case of the new year. Let's tackle it with gusto. I don't know, the judge already issued a guilty verdict once in this case. It's not going to be easy to get it overturned. I guess that New Year's resolution is going to have to wait until next year. So you're taking the case, right? Good. I'm gonna head over to the courthouse then. What is your relation to the accused in this case, Gumshoe? Because there must be one, otherwise you would not be quite so mad about this, probably. After that, I'll go back to the precinct. Drop by if you need something, okay, pal? I guess people are starting to know the name Phoenix Wright. The client entrusted a case to me based on my reputation. I guess I am kind of responsible. But why would someone want to impersonate me? Well, either to get a job, I guess, or to besmirch your reputation, Phoenix. What sort of a guy would do that? So, what's our first move? I guess we go down to the detention center and talk. Wait a sec, Nick. This person's behind bars because of you. Whoever it is isn't going to be jumping at the chance to meet you, right? Hey, let's get one thing straight. It wasn't me, it was a fake me that did this. I wonder if he looks exactly like you. You're phony. Zim Yop, I mean. I hope not. what kind of a name for an evil double is Zin Yop anyway? Nick, I've got it! If you're going to ask whether I've got a twin brother, the answer is no. Spoil sport! Did you notice Gumshoe was acting weirder than usual, or was it just me? What do you mean? I mean, he was really worked up. Like a guy who's just found out he's not going... No? Like a guy who's just found out he's going to be a dad or something. Yeah, I guess he was acting kind of strange. Maybe he realised he's got strong feelings for you, Nick. Considering how we interact, I seriously doubt that, Maya. I mean, she only said strong feelings, not what those feelings were. Well, if he wasn't nervous because of you, then maybe it's because of our new guilty client. Alright, let's go meet the person. January 6th, Detention Center Visitors Room. This is so nerve-wracking, waiting to meet our new client. I wonder just what kind of person you tricked and got found guilty. Keep it down, Maya. That kind of talk could ruin me. Ah! Wait. Isn't this that police lady? It is Maggie. Excellent. How could you, Mr. Wright? How could you do this to me? They put me in solitary. I haven't been able to stop crying. Aren't you? Yes, I am. I am totally and utterly let down. Are you? Don't pretend you don't know me. It's me, Maggie. Remember? Maggie Bird. Yeah, no wonder Gumshoe's on our case about this. If it's Maggie. Why is he only bringing it to us now, though? It's been almost an entire month. Also, this imposter must be really good if he fooled Maggie, because Maggie's met us. Maggie Bird. Ha! Maggie Bird. She's the policewoman I defended that one time. She was accused of murdering her lover. He was a cop too. What are you doing in here? Didn't I get you acquitted? Oh sure, very funny. After that fifth-rate defense job, you come in here and start making jokes? You better hurry up and tell her what happened, Nick. Oh, I see. So that's where we stand right now. I'm sorry you've been caught up in another murder. My whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. I vaguely remember her saying the exact same thing last time. But I don't mind! What's one more disaster in my life? At least now the real Mr. Wright is here with me. Once again, how did you get duped by a fake? Like, how good is his disguise? I won't let the world keep me down, sir. So, how come you're dressed like that, Maggie? Last year you looked so sharp in that police uniform. I was fired after that incident last year. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. I don't mind one bit. I enjoyed being on the force, but I think it was time for me to move on. to do now? In the second act of The Life of Maggie Bird, I'm playing the role of a waitress. A waitress? Yes, in a French restaurant. It's a small place, but it's quite fashionable. My charming smile and shapely figure came through for me. And the owner, Mr. Armstrong, hired me straight away, sir. And then you got into this mess straight away, right? Yeah, you could put it that way. This whole mess started on the 3rd of last month. And it happened at Tribulations. Sorry, Bien, I guess it is. Tribulations, yeah, Tribulations. Yes. Once again, my apologies for butchering words in another language. Yes, it's a restaurant where good service and a friendly smile are always included. Oh. There were 2 men at the table, both drinking coffee. And then... It's a very cute coffee cup. One of the men slipped some poison into the victim's cup. The victim took just 1 sip and was gasping for air. I was so shocked I passed out. Hey, hold on there, Maggie. What? You keep calling the guy the victim. Didn't you know the guy who was killed? Not at all. I'd never even seen the guy before. Oh. So she wouldn't have had a motive to kill him then, I guess. And the other man, the killer, who I assume is also the imposter Phoenix, looking at his hair. You saw him, right? Of course! A good waitress must be attentive to the clientele. So you saw the killer, but you were found guilty of the crime anyway? How come? You tell me, Mr. Wright! Guess the answer to my question is my phony. Anyway, she saw the killer. Better see if I can get a description of the guy. So, if you saw the murderer, why were you still convicted? Because no one else saw. Saw what? The other man, the one who put poison in the victim's coffee. Everyone testified that way. Mr. Armstrong, the customer, everyone. The victim was sitting alone at his table the entire time. But how's that possible? I don't know, but nobody, not one person, would believe me, sir. Even Phoenix Wright, my one last hope for a fair trial, failed me. What a pathetic defense! My granny could have done a better job. Look, that wasn't me, okay? And then they found something a bit incriminating in my apron pocket. What? A small bottle of poison. What? Poison? It was in your pocket? Well, I passed out when the victim collapsed. The killer must have slipped the poison into my pocket while I was unconscious. And no one else saw this other guy? No, sir. That's what everyone said, but I don't see how they could have missed him. I was the one who took the coffee to the 2 men. Oh, and what was your impression of them? Well, when I first saw them, I kind of thought they might be in the music industry. In music? How come? Well, one of them had some sort of earpiece and an emo musician's look around him. And there was a sample CD on the table, sir. An earpiece and a sample CD, huh? Did you get a look at the CD at all? It had a band's name written on it. I think it was MC something. They must have been preparing for their debut, I guess. So it was a band CD. Maybe a promo disc? Maybe it was MC Screwdriver. Get serious, Maya. Would you buy a CD of a group named that? What was the name of that group again? MC Hacksaw? No. MC... And what about the killer? What did he look like? Well, I don't really remember. Ah. Completely nondescript guy, huh? Master of disguise. Only that he was a young man. Well built like the victim, really. I didn't really have anything to present aside from like the magazine clipping. And our attorney badge. Where else can we go? We can go to the Criminal Affairs Department and talk to Gumshoe. The blue badger appears to have made a friend. There appears to be a pink badger now. January 6th, Police Station Criminal Affairs Department. It's been ages since we came down to the precinct, huh, Nick? Looks like Gumshoe isn't around. He's got it so easy, leaving everyone else to do the work. No, he's out there somewhere. My bet is on the courthouse. Gumshoe got bored with no work to do over the holidays. Yes. so he designed a second badger. He's probably trying to arrange the retrial of this case. I guess that means we should go to the detention center and chat with our killer, huh? After being convicted without a fair trial, I'm not sure killer is the right label. Okay, so we do still need to do some stuff over with Maggie. Hey, that's the police mascot, isn't it? It's so cute. That's the blue badger. It was my idea. I made it. And now it's the national symbol of the police force. So what's with the pink one? It's new, right? She's not an it, Nick. She's a she, right, Chief? Yep. Meet the pink badger. So one's called Blue and the other's called Pink, but they're both called Badger? You got it. They're married. Ah, Badger is their family name. Mr. and Mrs. Badger seem to be cuffed together, Chief. You got it. That's marriage for you. Oh, a mascot that's deeper than the deepest of deep oceans. Also, way to tell your wife how you feel about her, Chief. These are the detectives' desks. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I expected. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Don't die running a red light. Die the old-fashioned way. Old age. We have a winner. Inject a bit of humour, that's the key. He must be coming up with slogans for a safety campaign? I guess. No. Let's go back to Maggie. And since you've done all the talking, we can do the presenting, I guess. That badge, is it real? Of course it's real. That's what they all say, but I've been duped before. Give it to me for a sec. She bit it! She bit the badge! She bit into it! And I left a few teeth marks too. I can see that. I just wish I could remember if that means it's real or a fake. I said it was real. Oh, yeah, I need to ask you about this. Hey, this article's about my case. Can you tell me anything about the guy who was pretending to be me? Yes, sir! It was the morning after I'd been arrested. I met you in the visitor's room here. You were wearing one of your super sharp suits. We don't have a profile for ourselves. I can't remember if the eyebrows actually look like that or not. Me? Yes, you, Mr. Wright. Hey, Maggie, was my evil double that here too? No, I don't remember a phony you, Maya. Well, that should have tipped you off to the fact it wasn't me then. Oh, it would have been so cool. Then you got really worked up and passionate. I'm gonna get you cleared of this. I'm gonna get you cleared of this crime, you said. Okay, I get the picture, but you've met me in person before. So how come you didn't realize that guy wasn't the real me? I guess, looking back now, it was a little strange. Only a little? Well, okay, so you were a bit taller than normal, and you looked a bit shady. And your voice was a bit weird. Oh, and you had this kind of funny accent, and so the guy was nothing like me then? But he had your spiky hair and blue suit. No, not the trademark spiky hair and blue suit. Is that all it takes for someone to imitate me? How about everyone else in the courtroom, like the judge and the observers? Didn't they realize he was an imposter? Is there no requirement for lawyers to provide identity documents, prove they are who they say they are? Can you just walk in off the street and pretend to be a lawyer? Judge won't know. Yeah, our judge would not know the difference. Everyone had these big question marks on their faces. But it seemed that no one wanted to say anything, sir. This case just keeps getting weirder and weirder. Mr. Wright, do you think it's possible to get a retrial? Probably. The court ruled in absence of a genuine defense attorney. So we should be able to get a retrial. Mr. Wright? Do you think we'll win next time, sir? My life has been a full-course meal of bad luck, complete with defeat for dessert. Since I was 6 months old, when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building. I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods. I mean, is that bad luck? I mean, yes, but you also seem to have a large quantity of good luck that means you're still alive. Yeah, I would say, how are you still alive falling from the 9th floor? at 6 months, but I suppose children are kind of less rigid? So they don't break bones as easily, I think. They kind of flop. Failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster. I even landed a phony lawyer when I had the misfortune of being accused of murder. But I will survive, because Maggie Bird always lives to fight another day. And one day I'll find it, and just you wait and see, sir. I'll find that one single moment of good luck. Zinniop is really gonna pay for this. She clearly hasn't been murdered, Drag. That's definitely one she hasn't run into. She also she probably hasn't. I'm trying to think if there's any natural disasters that they don't have there. Maybe there isn't one. Nope, maybe there isn't one. What are you staring at me like that for? But Maya's right. Whoever it is that thought it was a good idea to use my name and get an innocent girl convicted of murder had better watch out. We'll find him. Don't you worry. We'll get Zinniop for you. Thank you. Oh, I'll tell you where Trebian is then. Oh, right. The restaurant where the murder took place. Yes, sir. When you go, please tell Mr. Armstrong I said hi. Sure. All right, Nick. Let's go check out this restaurant and its food. You're more excited for the food part, right, Maya? Ooh, it is very pink. Very covered in roses. Nope, crime scene. Wow, look at this place. Wait, why is the crime scene still there? It's been a month. Why is it not cleaned up at this point? Look, more like smell. What is with the suffocating scent of roses in here? And again, girls like that kind of thing, right? Actually, I'm not all that into it. No one's coming to seat us. Maybe there's no one here. Don't be silly, Maya. This is a restaurant and it's open for business. Despite still having, like, crime scene tape. Okay. Hello? Anyone here? I don't believe it. There really isn't anyone here. Perfect. Let's get intrusive. If there's no one here, we can take anything we want. Yeah, I suppose we can. Well, let's poke around. I'm guessing this is the chef. No, we can't look at that. Okay. It's a rack full of fashion magazines, and they're all in French. Why don't you try wearing something a bit more chic sometime? Why don't you try wearing something a bit more chic sometime, huh, Maya? Yeah, I guess I could. I'm always in my acolyte clothes, aren't I? It'd be fun to wear normal clothes every now and then. Something stuffed in behind the rack. Oh yeah, a newspaper. Looks like a sports paper to me. Hey, look at this! Someone scribbled a little doodle on one of the pages. MC Bomber! And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros. So that's the name then. $100,000? Maybe? I wonder what MC Bomber is supposed to be. This paper is from December 3rd. This paper's from the day of the poisoning. It also has 500,000 crossed out in a different way over there. What? Sports paper added to the court record. Dates from December 3rd, the day of the incident. Found at Tribulations. Paper from the day of the murder. This has got to be a clue. I should see if I can find out more about this paper. It's the restaurant's front entrance. There's a sign hanging on the door written in French. Yes, from the side that we're viewing it from, it says fermé, so closed. So the other side must be... trying to remember my French. Ouvert? I think is open? I could be entirely wrong. It probably says open or closed. Yeah, this side says closed. Must be one or the other, but I don't know which is which, since I don't know jack about French. Oh, Phoenix! Oh, Phoenix! That's a pun. When do we get access to an evidence investigation again? Not this game, I don't think? Because the ability to rotate the evidence came from that last case in the first game, which was the one they added when they moved it to the DS, and this game was still originally from the Game Boy, I think? So I don't think we get it until whatever's on the DS. Dual Spirits? I want to say? I may have got some of those, part of that name wrong. But it will have been with a D and an S, because that's, that's the format so many people used. I could possibly find the game if I went looking, because I do have and have played that one. Well, yes, investigations, probably. That will be the next one we actually come to, right? Look at all the little trinkets tucked away in here. I bet Mr. Armstrong collected all of these personally. I'm aware there's a collection of them, Carl. I believe I did in fact buy them the last time they were on sale. Excuse me. think. Or maybe I didn't. It's possible I didn't. Thought I did. Oh no, that's because it's called Ace Attorney Investigations Collection. I was looking for it under M for Miles Edgeworth. Welcome back, Nick. Let's see. A bouquet of flowers, some potpourri, and look! Fine bone china cups. I never knew you were so cultured. Come on, Maya, this is common knowledge. Any Joe Schmo knows this much. Also, Nick, you missed me absolutely butchering French. Although I'm sure there will be further instances of that in this case. Look, it's one of those magical boxes that spits out money. Actually, I think it spits in money. It's a till. You know, you're the only person who would ever describe a cash register in that way. You've heard my rookie know plenty. Ooh, yeah. Well, that's butchering a French accent. I was butchering the French language. It's different. Nick, you'll know. What's French for open? As in the open on and closed sign on a restaurant door. I was close. I was close. I went with ouvert, which is close. I was at least in the right ballpark. That's nice to know. Man, I really need to brush up on my French. I can still read it well enough. Well, what's I? Yeah. I mean, I guess that's the case with languages in general for me. I'm far better at reading them than anything else. Ooh, we can look at this magazine rack again. It's just going to be the exact same thing as... Yeah, we found that sports paper behind it. We need to find out more about that, that's true. This table's set nicely, it just needs a customer. What do you think this flower is, Nick? Let's see. Well, it doesn't look like a tulip, and it's not a sunflower, I don't think. Yeah, those are very different shapes. Duh! Even I could have told you that! Well, those are the only kinds of flowers I know. Dang nabbit, I'm a lawyer, not a botanist! I mean, all the decorations are roses, but I don't think the flowers on the table are roses. Wow, it's a beautiful winter wonderland. No? Wow, it's a beautiful winter wonderland out there. Really? Oh, I love snow, let me see! Huh? It's not white, it's not even snowing! Got you! I was only kidding, Maya! Nick! There are lies that are okay to tell and lies that definitely aren't. I did was tell an itty-bitty white lie about non-existent white snow. Okay, time to look at the actual crime scene. Well, actually, this partition first. This restaurant has partitions that separate the tables. When you're seated at a table, you can only see the tables to your right or left. Oh, so there's more tables behind the camera then. I was starting to wonder if this place only had 2 tables. 2 tables for 2. Despite the fact that the table looks big enough to be a table for 4. This must be the table where the murder occurred. I guess so, with all this police tape all around it. And that stain must be from the poisoned coffee. Don't go licking the tablecloth, okay, Maya? Table for 5 if you include the edge. True. Although, would you be able to fit 5 place settings, though? Is the question. Why would you lick it? I'm not a cat, you know! Then why can I picture you doing just that? That kind of looks like everything. Sports paper. Wait! It's Mask to Mask! Why is the doodle of Mask to Mask? Alright. Where else can we go? Back to the detention center? Let's see if Maggie knows more about this. Oh yeah, also Nick, we're defending Maggie Bird again. Oh, a sports paper! Let's see. Did Guts and Braun manage to defend his heavyweight title? Sorry, Maggie. That paper is actually a month old. It's from the day of the murder. And Gutson got knocked out yesterday, I'm afraid. Oh no! I found this paper in the magazine rack at Tribulations. Really? That's strange. Tribulations doesn't get newspapers. Mr. Armstrong says he's not really fond of them. Then maybe one of the customers left it behind? Anyway, what I want you to take a look at is this scribble here. That's it, sir! MC Bomber! That was the name that was written on the CD! Just as I thought. I guess it wasn't MC's screwdriver after all, huh? So, that $100,000 must be a down payment for a record deal, right? If someone gave me $100,000, I'd sing for sure. The Master of Karain, or the Spirit Song, or even Maya's theme. Are these all names of BGM for this game? Because Maya's theme has got to be one. So the rest of them might be. Okay, Maya. So the sample CD was on the victim's table. That means this newspaper may have belonged to the victim. You're right! So the victim left this behind on the day of the murder, huh? No, I don't think the victim had a chance of doing that. It's got to have been the real killer that stashed the newspaper, right? I think we'd better step up the investigation, don't you, Nick? Alright. Let's see if Gumshoe's available. Nope. Let's go back to the office. Let's present this to Maya. NC Bomber. And don't forget the 100,000 too. There's something about that name, NC Bomber. Yeah, it's a pretty unusual name. Everyone's worried about bombs these days, I guess. I'm not sure that has any bearing on anything related to this case. Anyway, we should really look into this some more. Yes, but how and with who? Yeah, there's nothing we need to talk there. Well, let's go back to the restaurant. Oh, good. This is where we needed to be. January 6th. Très bien. Well, it's time for some absolute and utter butchering of French because the chef is here. Oh la la, bonjour! Welcome to La Très Bien. Oh, hello? What happened to Maya? She's frozen stiff. Okay. Bienvenue! Welcome to my petit restaurant! Oh, those songs aren't part of the OST? Not even Maya's theme? Huh? B Avenue? Oh non, ma petite tulip! Huh? Me? Look at this face! Like kitten rejected by its own mother. You are fatigued, no? Alors, you need this. An aromatic bath oil melange of Le Neroli and Le Rose. My personal recommendation. You think I need what? Oui, just add a couple of drops of this mixture to la backwater and voila! It will soothe your body and your mind. It is simply fantastic. Really? And for le monsieur. Who? Me? Look at that face, like a puppy rejected by life itself. You are fatigued, no? For you, monsieur, I recommend this. Oil of bergamot. And maybe a hint of... Oui. I will add le peppermint and the clary sage for a fragrance exceptionnel. That sounds nice, actually. Such an invigorating recipe will bring out your delicious beauty, monsieur. My beauty? Alors, if you will be seated, I will bring you the special menu of the day. Actually, we're not here to eat. We're lawyers? Mais bien sûr! I know this already, monsieur. You are La Phoenix, right? No? Yes? You know me? I think he knows the fake you. Phoenix. Mais oui, I never forget a man who flirts with me, especially in court. Oh! Our imposter has been writing checks we cannot cash. I guess he was cross-examined by a mysterious senior. Why do you keep thinking of Poirot with that accent? because I'm doing my Poirot accent, but I just turned it up a little bit. It looks like everyone to do with this case knows who I am already. I wonder what sorts of impressions Zinniop's been leaving on people, don't you? Allow me to introduce myself to you again. I am Jean Armstrong. Enchanté. So, what does très bien mean? I know très, that means 3, right? No. You expected worse? What, from my accent? Does that mean my accent has gotten better? Yeah, isn't Trey 3 in a different language? Is it Spanish? I'm not sure. I know absolutely zero Spanish. No. Très bien is français. In English you would say very good. Oh, very good. Oui, exactement. L'atmosphère is très bien and la cuisine is très bien. If the food's so good, why aren't there any customers in here? Because there's a crime scene that hasn't been cleaned up after a month, Mr. Wright. Would you dine somewhere with a blatant crime scene? I mean, maybe some... Maybe they could make something of that, actually, like the hotel across from our office. My cuisine is not for all. Some people, they do not appreciate la cuisine. I thought everyone liked hot cuisine. Since I have lost Maggie, I do not have enough hands. So you're running this place on your own now? Oui, for le moment. No one has answered my advertisement. Oh, pour moi. Please don't eyeball me while you say that. I am la chef. I am la manager. I am also a trained aromatherapist. Well, that makes sense of what happened when you first arrived. A roaming what? A practitioner d'aromatherapy. L'art of soothing la soul with the delicate floral aromas. Delicate? The smell coming from that bottle earlier was anything but. So, could you tell me what you know about the incident? Yeah, it makes me sad to remember it, yet I remember it so well. More than a month has passed since it happened. Yes, I guess it's been about a month since Maggie's sentencing. Man, I'm gonna do a lot of dropping of H's in this case, aren't I? Between this guy and Gumshoe. So it was the 3rd of last month, and just after 1 in the afternoon. A man who was in here for coffee suddenly became ill. Because of the poison in his coffee. And that is the truth as I know it. It was Maggie who took his drink to him. I was in the kitchen. I heard the sound of someone collapsing. When I came out to see what it was, he was already slumped in his chair. he was dead? Mon Dieu, oui, he was dead. Maggie had passed out also. And this man who died, was he alone? Oh oui, monsieur. All alone. I know that Maggie said there was someone else, but... I see. La police, they asked me many times. Are you sure there was no one else at the table? They asked. But I am not the only one. The old man said the same thing. Old man? What old man? So who is this old man that you mentioned? At the time of the murder, there was another customer in here. What? Someone else saw it? Does this place not have any cameras? No, because that would make it too easy, Drag. Plus, I feel like they would be less likely to have cameras overlooking the dining area and more likely to have a camera looking at the till. Mais oui, as usual, he came in alone that day. At the time of the murder, he was here. He saw it too. But he said the same thing, that there was no one else at the victim's table. Should all of these be la? Like, I do not know enough French for that, but it feels like we should have some things that are not feminine here. But, you know, once again, I haven't studied French since I was 13. So but Maggie swears there were two people. Mais, mademoiselle, la lawyer, he could not prove this, no. About the lawyer, that was me, I suppose? Mais bien sûr! Wow, he's the first person who said it wasn't me. I don't think that's what he said, Mr. Wright. Don't kid yourself, Nick. Now who's the one making stuff up? Can we present the sports paper? We found the sports paper in the magazine rack here. One of my customers must have left it behind. Do you have any idea which customer it was? The only ideas I have, mademoiselle, I saved for my kitchen. Okay, about the magazine clipping then. I am not a lawyer myself. I do not wish to speak out of turn. But your defense in court that day was a little, how you say, lacking, perhaps. Even a Frenchman who cannot speak any English could have done a better job. You were very cool, though. Oh, oui, oui, so handsome. Wow. I wonder just how bad the defense could have been. Every time you opened your mouth, the whole courthouse stirred. Oh man, that is something I don't want to imagine. Hello, Yuri. It's been a while. Yes, I am butchering a French accent right now. Though apparently less badly than I could be. Okay, I think we're done here. Maybe Gumshoe's back. Maybe we can talk to Gumshoe. No, man, I wanted to butcher a London policeman accent instead. Even though Gumshoe definitely isn't a London copper, that's still how I do his voice. No, maybe we still need to do some things at trivia. Alright, what have we not presented? The badge. Please, monsieur, there is no need to show me that. You are more Phoenix Wright, the worst defense attorney in town. Not the worst. I think I can imagine how you formed this completely wrong impression of me. The last time we met, did I show you this badge? Oui, you flashed it to everyone in the restaurant. Oh, he's got his mannerisms down and everything now. Looks like Zinny Hop is a bigger fan of flashing stuff than you are, Nick. Okay. Yeah, that's... nope, doesn't look like there's anything new over there. What am I missing? What am I missing? I assume the badge is fake as well. Ah. Once again, I forgot about presenting profiles. Oh man, have we got to deal with Godo this time again? Maggie was a policewoman once, n'est-ce pas? Yes, but she had to quit for, reasons beyond her control. Oh oui, oui, she was la suspect in la murder investigation, no? Oh, you knew about that? That is why I gave her the perfume for the happiness. Happiness perfume? Oh oui, blended from bergamot, like I have given to you before. But she's been arrested again, and found guilty this time. And this is true. A natural aroma of unhappiness must have been very strong. Just admit it, your perfume doesn't work. I am not surprised she was la prime suspect. After something like that took place before my very eyes. Something like what? What's this guy talking about? Does this mean Maggie did have a motive? We've got to ask this guy for more info. Stat. When Maggie took the coffee over to the victim, did anything happen? Oh, oui, I suppose you could say so. So what happened? No, it was nothing. Look, Maggie says she didn't even know the guy. But she's still been indicted for murder. The prosecution must have come up with some kind of motive. Oh oui, it is true. If there was anything at all between Maggie and the victim, it could be relevant. So please, tell us anything you know. Oh, psych clock time. Psych clock time. Wait. 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 What happened to our Magatama? Why is that not in our evidence? I thought something was wrong when I was looking in here a second ago. No way! What are we going to do, Nick? We'll just have to what the? What's wrong? The maggot hammer! It's gone! Huh? I had it in my pocket, but it's vanished into thin air. What? But I could see the Cyclops. Maybe that means the maggot hammer's nearby. Mr. Armstrong? Can I just confirm something with you again? The table where the victim was sitting. Was anyone else sitting there? That is a question you will have to ask him yourselves. Huh? Him? That old man spends all of his time dans le parc. Le parc? Oh, a park. What park's that? Behind le restaurant. It is called Vitamin Square. Thank you. Je vous en prie, my dear. Let's go check out this Vitamin Square right now, Nick. Vitamin Square, then. January 6th, Vitamin Square. I see. So many pigeons! Pigeons! Can we still... No, we can't even try and break the Cyclops without the maggot hammer, because we need to present the maggot hammer to do it. This whole playground made of fruit. Also a water fountain. Ooh, a sand pit. So this is Vitamin Square. Yeah, I see where they get the name from now. The fruits scream vitamins at you. Hey, Nick? That's the guy, right? Isn't that the old man Mr. Armstrong was talking about? That grouchy-looking grandpa? He's throwing seeds out for the pigeons. Maya, he's not throwing seeds for them, he's throwing seeds at them. I think those are beans, actually. I think he's bean throwing. I think he thinks the pigeons are demons. My grumpiness threat level has just been raised to red. Excuse me? Would you mind if I had a word with you? Yes! I just want to ask you a couple of questions. What's the matter with you? Can't you see I'm busy? So you don't like my seeds, eh, pigeons? He's really chucking those seeds at them. That has got to hurt. Go on! Eat this! Excuse me, sir, can I ask you about Maggie Bird? Don't know any Maggie Bird! Yes you do, Maggie! The waitress at Tribulations. Yeah! It's a disgrace, I tell you! And that's a disgrace! A disgrace? An innocent young girl revealing herself like that? Revealing? You mean her uniform? The youth of today! They don't have any shame! No shame, I tell you, not 1 ounce! It was her work uniform, dude, and it's not that exposing. Whatever happened to the old Bushido values of Japan? Like honor and modesty? What about me? I'm not wearing anything revealing. You? Your problem is you lack any sense of grace. about hitting a girl where it hurts. Do you go to Tribune a lot? That miserable excuse for a restaurant. That garbage they serve in there is not food. Where's the sushi, the tempura, the rice? Well, why do you keep going there if you hate it so much? Tribune is a French restaurant, sir. Where do you think we are, boy? In Paris? I want real food, not those snooty snacks. What about those shameless girls? You mean the waitresses? You can see all the way up to them. Yes, the waitresses. I don't think those waitress dresses were that short, right? You can see all the way up to their kneecaps, maybe, sir? Do you like kneecaps, sir? Dirty old man indeed. They're practically naked! It's a disgrace, isn't it? Well, isn't it? Listen, it's not my restaurant. It's a miserable excuse for a restaurant, that place! Miserable! He certainly knows the place. He must be a regular. For some reason. But if he hates it so much, why does he keep going? Because he's a dirty old man who likes to stare at girls' kneecaps. Mr. Right. Are you a regular at that restaurant, sir? It's just, if you just like it so much, why would you keep going there? Sir? There you are, you filthy pigeons! You want food? Haha, take that! He must be hiding something, right? If he is, I should be able to see a cyclock or two. Oh, wait! I don't exactly have the Magatama right now, huh? Remember, Nick, that Magatama is only on loan. You better find it or else. If Pearls ever gets wind of this, I'm gonna be in a world of pain. Yeah, she'll probably knock you out with slaps again like she did at the end of the last case. Let's look around the park. This place is so fruity. That's not a bad thing. Besides, I love apples. They're among my favorites. Then that apple slide is perfect for you. And what is so perfect about it? Oh, come on, don't be a stick in the mud. Slide down it a few times, go on! Woo! No way! I'd get covered in sand if I slid down that slide. Anyone could see that. Yeah, you're right. Otherwise, I'd give it a try too. Pigeons. Hey look! Pigeons! Yeah, and heaps of them too. Did you know that pigeons are a symbol of peace? I mean, that's specifically doves, but sure. Just stop before the end of the slide. Ooh, I can just imagine the sound of that dragon. That's a dove, not a pigeon. Pigeons are a type of dove, so she's close, Mr. Right. She's close. Poor things. So they can't be symbols of peace and harmony just because they're grey? Is that it? You're overthinking this one by just a smidge, Maya. I mean, one of them's white. Ooh. A magazine. Job listings. Oh, there's a magazine here! It's a magazine full of job listings. You're a disgusting rogue picking up something someone else threw away! Threw away? Did you throw this away? Are you looking for a job? Yeah! That's none of your business! Sorry, I guess I'll just take the magazine with me then. I don't want anyone else having it! Give it back! Too bad. Now that you want it so bad, I don't want to give it up. Job listings added to the court record. Picked up from a bench in Vitamin Square, thrown away by the old man. Hey! That's mine! Well, apparently it's ours there. Looking at this orange reminds me of what? That you're supposed to eat a lot of them to ward off colds in the winter. You can't have fun during the holidays if you're sick in bed, you know. You don't have to tell me twice. Well, we haven't looked at the sandpit yet. Sandpit. I used to love sandboxes like you wouldn't believe. Really? You? Sure. Finding iron filings in the sand with a magnet was my favourite thing to do. Ah. Iron filings. Wow, that's too exciting for words. It was my ambition to collect every single shred of iron in the sandbox. I was such a kid back then. So, did you manage to get all the iron? No, I never did. I think it came close though. Come to think of it, I still have all the iron filings I found way back then. You want them? No. That is everything there is to look at in this park, and that is going to be the end of today's stream. So, thank you very much for coming. It's been fun. We finished a case. We started a new one. This new one's going to involve a lot of me butchering the French language and accent. So I guess you've got that to look forward to, and if you enjoyed this and want more of that, consider subscribing to the channel. You can also follow me on social media, which is linked in the description. The streaming schedule for this channel goes up both over there on social media and over here on YouTube in the posts tab of the channel. This was the last scheduled stream of the week, so there will be another schedule up either later tonight or tomorrow, depending on when I get it done. And yes, as you've correctly guessed, Nick, the next stream will be tomorrow, Monday, 7 PM, and I think it's going to be more variable barricade. So let's have fun dealing with those suitors again. So yeah, hope to see you then or another time. Once again, thank you very much for coming, and this is Kalla signing out. See ya, bye bye.